Second one, my lady. It's also coming from Colonel Lenong's report. That was the door with the boot footprints on.
Yes.
My apologies, my lady. I see that they make black and white. They're clearly visible, but during the course of the day, we will replace it with color copies. So would your lady accept this as Exhibit BB? It is quite clear in black and white as well, but we will make the color copies available.
Thank you very much.
Colonel, would you be prepared to make available to us your telephone record of last night and this morning, meaning when you left court and before you come back? If we asked that, would you consent to that?
If you asked it, I can make it available.
Will
to
you consent to that?
Yes.
Now, there is a trace analysis department
That's correct, my lady.
at the forensic science department.
That's correct, my lady.
You don't work there.
No, I'm not part of the trace analysis section. They are a separate section within the scientific analysis.
You in the materials
I'm in the
analysis.
materials analysis section, yes, my lady.
And your experience on trace analysis?
My lady, I was working with a trace analysis section or in the trace analysis section since the creation thereof in, I think it was 1999 or 2000, I'm not exactly sure now. But then I moved over to the materials analysis section later on. So I do have some trace analysis experience.
In the trace analysis department or section, you will get the certified tool mark examiners.
My lady, just to clarify, there is no certified tool mark examiners in the trace analysis section, neither in the materials analysis section. If you speak about tool mark, certified tool mark investigators, they all reside at the ballistic section.
I'm sorry, you're absolutely correct. I was wrong in putting. I was just reminded that it's in fact it's ballistics. And I was looking at your qualifications, your academic or theoretical qualifications in regard to trace evidence. Can you tell the court what that is?
Do you mean from my statement or what?
Oh, what qualifications do you have? What courses did you do?
Can I refer back to my affidavit? Is that what you're looking for, sir?
Well, if you can just tell us.
My lady, when I worked in trace analysis, I did some fiber comparisons, I did paint analysis, I did explosives analysis, I did physical matches, quite a lot of, and some other diverse analytical chemistry work as well, which was done on a variety of chemical substances and materials.
I'm looking at your not experience. I'm looking at qualifications, courses that you attended, for how long it was, where it was.
If you allow me, my lady, I would like to refer to my statement and referring to paragraph 2.3 of my statement. There's a lot of courses that I did both locally and internationally that's given there, and I can start with the first one where I did the fire investigation course back in 1993.
Maybe, Colonel, if I can save time, I'm not interested in the fire investigations. I'm talking about trace evidence.
My lady, fire investigation is also a type of a trace analysis, because the analysis of the fire debris after the fire took place is also be considered to be trace evidence. But if he's not interested in the fire investigation, it's fine. I did SEM-EDX analysis, a course in that. I attended a trace evidence school held at the South African Police Forensic Science Laboratory, in which was presented by the Trace Evidence Unit of the FBI in August 1998.
How long was that course?
That was a week-long course, my lady.
I accept that you know the work of the forensic science and introduction to scientific and investigative techniques by the edited one by Stuart James and John Nordby.
I'm not familiar with that specific article, no, my lady.
Will you accept, otherwise we can go through it, that the learned authors and so also other experts are clear that when you examine tool marks, that one essential part of that is a microscopical comparison?
My lady, depending on the type of tool marks you're referring to, I fully agree with them. If you do a tool mark investigation where a screwdriver was used to break open a lock, and there's microscopic detail that is looked at, then I absolutely agree that one must make use of microscopes in order to view the detail that you're looking for. And maybe I can just mention, my lady, that never did I claim that I am a certified tool mark investigator. Neither did I claim any of that in my statement. So the big thing about the tool mark certified tool mark investigations is kind of, I don't know what the relevance thereof is.
When we spoke yesterday about the wooden pieces, the missing wooden pieces, you said and you agreed that it could have shed some more light on your investigation. You remember that?
That was correct, my lady.
Yes. And I think that was the reason why you said that you took some steps to try and locate the wooden pieces, the missing wooden pieces.
As I explained yesterday, my lady, I did. I cannot remember to who I spoke, but during the conversations about the missing pieces, I could not determine the location of the missing pieces.
You said you even went so far as to go to the SAP register, to a register, to try and find out what happened to these wooden pieces.
My lady, I cannot recall saying that I went to a SAPS register. I said it was possible to go to probably a SAP 13 register to see what exhibits was submitted, but I did not say that I went to the register and inquired.
But someone must have checked for you, or you must have checked, or you must have asked someone to check whether those exhibits appeared in the SAP 13.
I never did a request like that, my lady, because the marks that I saw on the door that I compared with the cricket bat was, I was confident that I could explain the marks on the door and how it was created. With
Can I read your evidence?
Yes, you may.
I cannot remember exactly who I spoke to, but nowhere did any of those exhibits appear in the SAP 13. Please explain that.
My lady, if that is my exact words, I want to correct it. As I said, I did not mean that I did an investigation to look at all the SAP 13 registers to try and locate that. And I apologize if...
No, but it cannot be, with respect, it cannot be for you to have stated under oath that nowhere that any of those exhibits appear in the SAP 13. It can only mean one thing, that it was checked and it could not be found there. You
That's
agree?
why that is how it's understood from the sentence. Mr. Roux, correct now, my lady, but I want to correct myself in saying that what I meant yesterday was that during the conversations I had, I could not determine where it was, and if it was booked into a SAP 13, I did not have, I could not find any information about it being there. So,
when you were asked about it with reference to the events on 30 April 2012,
yes, my lady.
you said that you tried to find out what would have happened to those wooden splinters, but no one could give you an indication. You remember that?
I remember that, my lady.
And could you remember who you spoke to?
As I said yesterday, and I repeated this morning, I cannot exactly remember during which conversation with whom did I try to establish what happened to
Well, we know one thing. Let's work from there. It was 30 April 2012.
it. Yes, sir.
Now, that request or query could only have been in relation to your examination of the door. You now look for the missing wooden splinters or pieces.
My lady, maybe I can also just say that I didn't mean my conversations regarding the missing pieces was only on the 30th of April. Obviously, not being able to remember exactly who I spoke to, the exact date on which I got involved in the conversations would also be very difficult for me to recall now.
But we have dealt with the first part that you had no difficulty, or the part that I'm dealing with on the 30th of April 2000.
April as well for the missing pieces, but with whom I engaged in the
And if I may say, it was also not a possibility. You were quite clear on that. What was not clear is who you spoke to.
Yes.
You agree now?
Absolutely, madam.
Yes. Now let's take that now and see if it can be correct what you're saying. We know that is the day that you examined the door.
That's correct, my lady.
You agree that it would make good sense that when you must examine the door, that, and as you said, that you asked for the missing pieces.
Yes, my lady.
Yes. And of course, let's see who you could have asked. The one person is, of course, Captain Mangena, because he's there. He's with.
One possible person. Yes.
He is, according to you, and if my understanding was correct, the person that preserved the door.
And that's correct, my lady.
So that's the obvious person to ask.
That's can be concluded, yes.
Now, what I don't understand, we've seen the photograph. We've seen the photo right next to the door. On the 30th, we see the pieces, the missing pieces. We see them lying there. You remember that?
That's correct, my lady.
So common sense would only dictate to me, but of course you can assist us, that you ask Captain Mangena, where are the missing pieces in the door? They're lying there, and he would say to you, but Colonel, there they are.
That's possible. That's one possibility, my lady.
What would be the other possibility?
My lady, as I said, I cannot remember exactly who I spoke to and exactly the words that I used. I could have even mentioned it to my colleague in the office that I did not see the missing pieces myself. It was so. I just vaguely remember a conversation in which I was where I mentioned the missing pieces, and I really cannot shed more light on this, my lady.
But it's not, with respect, correct what you're saying. It's not that you mention it. Your evidence was clear yesterday, and that was also this morning. You asked about it. It's not a mentioning. You asked about it.
My lady, I also mentioned this morning that it could have been afterwards during my discussions with a photographer that took the photograph. So if I say I cannot remember exactly who I engaged with in this matter, then I really do not remember with whom I spoke about it.
But let's take it one step further. The door arrived in an evidence bag on the 8th of March 2013. There at the scene.
That's correct, my lady.
And then we see photos of the contents of that bag. It's opened, and we see the door, the panels, and that I term the missing pieces. Of course, they're not missing pieces. It's the little pieces. They're there.
If they were there, my lady, then I'm happy to
yes. Well,
accept it.
I've showed you the photos. Now we go to the second step. So that's relevant to the bag. Now again, we know that bag must come back to the 30th.
Yeah, my lady, just to clarify, the piece of wood that we saw on the picture that I was shown yesterday was the little piece on the right-hand side of that panel, which were in the picture in the middle of the passage as you entered the bathroom. That is the only one that I can remember now.
My lady, I want to object, and I apologize. I was just really thinking if an objection is necessary. So it's one question later. Mr. Rupert is witness. We see on the 8th of March the splinters on a photograph. Those photographs weren't shown to this witness. On the 8th of March. We're not talking about the photographs that were handed in this morning, because that's a different scene. So I would like Mr. Root just to make clear when he showed the photographs with the body bag and the splinters on the 8th of March.
You're saying they went together. It was a photograph of the body bag, the splinters.
On the 8th of March.
And yes, Mr. Root.
Lady, I will get the photos in the meantime. We will show the body bag, and I will come back on the 8th of March because that's my instruction, but you will see that's Exhibit AA. And we'll show that to the witness.
My lady, with the utmost respect, cannot be AA. AA was attached to a statement of Colonel Lenong, and those weren't there on the 8th of March, and that's my objection. Cannot be put to this witness.
And Lady, I accept the photo that I saw. I thought it was 8th of March, but I'll come back to you. Can I work with this photo?
Yes, can you withdraw that question?
I will withdraw it in that sense. Thank you, my lady. Colonel, you've seen AA. Photo AA.
Is that
The body bag with the door, the panels, and little pieces. Not one piece, little pieces.
yes, I saw it yesterday, my lady.
What bag is that, do you know?
It looks like a body bag on the photo, my lady.
Is that because you saw the body bag again on the 30th of April, not so? Or you saw it on the 30th of April?
I did not see it on the 30th of April. Well, on the photo I saw, it was there next to the door between the two shelves against which the door was propped up. It's possible up against.
Well, I'm asking because it was not identified
Just
as
one
such.
minute, I'm getting a little bit
I don't know,
confused.
someone referred to it as a what are you talking about? What is the witness
It's
talking
a bag.
body bag.
A bag.
Yeah, it's a bag.
There
was reference to body bag because it's a typical body bag that they put the door in, but it's a bag.
Thank you.
That's the one that you know which one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The one that was shown to me on the picture yesterday was of it seemed like a plastic, which could have been the body bag between the shelves, my lady.
Now, we know there's a bag on the 30th, and we know there's a door, and we know there are the missing pieces.
Yes, my lady.
That we know.
Yes, my lady.
Your evidence yesterday, I want to read it to you, about the procedure on 30 April. You spoke about the height of the door from the floor and how high the marks would be, and you say, so when we put up the door there at the ballistic section on the 30th of April, it was not necessary for me to go back to the house.
That's correct, my lady.
So one thing we know is that you assisted in putting up the door.
At the house, my lady, yes.
Yes. No, I'm talking about the 30th of April.
No. I assisted at the house, my lady. I assisted in putting in the screws through the hinges to hang the door at the house on the 8th of March. At the ballistic section, I was called by Mr. Mangena that morning, and he said he's busy working on the door. I can come down and
May I read your evidence again?
Yes,
yesterday, verbatim. So, in relation to that, so when we put up the door there at the ballistic section on 30 April, it was not necessary, and you carry on.
My lady, I physically did not put up the door against the shelf there. When I arrived downstairs at ballistics, the door was already standing against the shelf. And again, if that was understood that I physically put up the door, that was not what I meant, my lady.
Well, let me take you through that. And I'll put it in 3 questions. One is, when you gave that evidence, you had no difficulty to say, we put up the door. However, when you were confronted about the missing pieces, that was only then that you tried to, and I will read to you what you said then, that you tried to move away from your presence at the semblance of the door.
My lady, I'm confident that when Mr. Mangena gets into the witness stand, he will also confirm that the door was already put up against the shelves when I arrived downstairs. So, as I said, I did not physically took the door out of the bag and put it up against the shelf.
Of course, you may speak to Mr. Mangena and you get that corroboration. I understand that. Let's look at your evidence. I've given you the first part. We had no difficulty to say we put up the door. Then when you were confronted with the missing pieces, this is how far you could go then. And I read to you, that's on page 1027, you say, I asked you, when you arrived there, that's all the 30th, what did you do? Did you help to assemble the door? But now there was some confrontation about the missing pieces. You're more careful. Can I read your answer then?
Yes.
When you changed it,
Yes.
you said, as far as I can remember, the door was already in position. You were uncertain then. You moved there and said, well, I might have said we did, but as far as I can remember. Now something caused you now to become clear in your mind. What is that? Was it that you spoke to someone since?
No, I did not speak to anyone involved in the case since, my lady. It's this thing played over and over in my mind last night, and it's probably because of that I came to the conclusion this morning. The other thing is, on the 30th, the panels were not held in place by the little strip in the bottom there. If I can show you with the laser, that little strip was not in place like it is now, where I used little nails to keep it in place. It was kept in place with sellotape, if I can recall correctly, and the panels were moving. It was not like it is now, where there's no movement of the panels. So putting up the door and assembling the panels refers to us constantly having to push the panels in again.
And I just understand you. I hear your answer. Let's just get the correct position and then I move on. One is you started off by saying we put the door up. You agree? Your initial evidence.
By meaning putting the door up, that was part of putting the door up, was trying to reconstruct it and putting the missing pieces or the loose pieces, trying to fit them in.
The second part was that as far as you can remember, the door was already in position. That was the second part.
Against the shelf, my lady, yes.
The third part is, I thought about it last night and I can now definitely say the door was assembled when I arrived there.
Yes, my lady.
And the fourth part is, when you talk about assembling, I'm talking about the little pieces that could be moving.
The loose panels in the door, not little pieces, the loose panels in the door.
I just want to have clarity. You agree?
Yes.
The four versions.
Yes.
That it's correctly
Yes, my lady.
put to you. Now, you told the court that, and I want to take you to the precise place that, including you, that you are as much in the service of the accused as the defense is.
That's correct, my lady.
And that you would be objective.
That's correct, my lady.
But then you said to the court, when I asked you about the print on the door that we'll come to, you said to the court, I was only there to work on marks caused by the cricket bat on the door and no more.
That's correct, my lady.
That was your sole instruction?
That's correct, my lady.
And for that reason, you would not bother, you remember the words? Bother about the other marks.
I was not bothered. Yes, my lady.
Yes. And that was even so after you had read the version of Mr. Pistorius at the bail application.
I did not read the version of Mr. Pistorius at the bail application, my lady. I said specifically the first time I saw the version of Mr. Pistorius, and I did not see the entire version, was earlier last week up in the office where we sat, where the file was open at his version, and I just scanned through the page or two that was visible. That was the only time I had access to Mr. Pistorius' version on paper.
Colonel, I did not say that during the bail application you read it. I'm talking about his version at the bail application, that version given at the bail application. We know that you subsequently read it.
That's correct, my lady. But the way it was said, it said I read the version of at the bail application.
I understand. But now you've read it. You, as much in the service of the accused as the defense is. What now?
My lady, the reason for reading the version of that part of the version was not for any investigative purposes. My investigation was done already. So it was just walking past, and I saw it there, and I just read the little piece that was available or that was visible there. I did not even sit down with a file and paged through it.
Wow.
So it was the reading of it was not to accustom myself with his version. It was just out of I had nothing to do at this stage, and I just scanned through that little bit that was visible, my lady.
Now, let's go to your first evidence in that regard. It's page 1038. You talk about sitting in the chambers, and then I asked you specifically, how did it happen that you saw that version? That's a reference to the version of Mr. Pistorius at the bail application.
That's correct, my lady.
And this is your answer. It was in general discussion there, and the trial was there, and I said, now is this Mr. Pistorius' version, and I read through it. That's your evidence.
Yeah. In general discussion, my lady, by meaning there was other discussions going on as well, and I noticed it there, and I mentioned it, and I just went through the little bit that was available. I did not sit down and read the entire version of Mr. Pistorius. That was not the purpose of me reading that. It was just something that happened in passing by.
And I can repeat the last part, and I read through it.
Read through that little bit that was available, or that was visible to me, my lady.
And are you saying now in reading through it you did not pick up that his version was that he had his prosthesis on, that he kicked the door, could not get it to break down, then took the cricket bat and bashed the door? Did you not read that?
I did not read that.
So what you're saying in reading through it, you did not see that?
I did not see it, my lady.
Yes. But what you also said, coming back to this, is that you were only focused on the marks caused by the cricket bat.
That's correct, my lady. The marks that I suspected to have been caused by the cricket bat.
On the door?
On the door, my lady.
That was your sole investigation?
That's true, my lady.
And anything else, all the additional marks, you ignored?
I ignored those that I could not immediately link with the cricket bat, because I know there was other investigations going on different issues on the door, and it was not my intention to investigate other marks.
And because your investigation was solely focused on the marks of the cricket bat on the door, that's all you would do?
That's correct, my lady.
What about the investigation of the prosthesis?
What about that investigation, my lady?
Tell the court.
I got the prosthesis afterwards, and I had to examine a little bit of damage or a mark on the shin of the one prosthesis, as I mentioned yesterday, my lady, and I could not determine by looking at the mark what could have caused it. Specifically, there could have been various reasons why that mark was made on the prosthesis.
Did you not say to them, I'm not doing this? I am only focused on the marks that could have been caused by the cricket bat on the door.
No, my lady, that was a separate issue. It was not to do with the marks on the door.
Yes, I understand it's a separate issue, like the foot, the prosthetic foot on the door is also a separate issue. Like the prosthetic legs, that's also a separate issue.
I was not requested to do analysis on the prosthetic foot, my lady, except for that mark that was on the shin of the one leg.
And what is interesting, in presenting your expertise to the court, you said the following, it's page 980. And I have done international proficiency test in shoe print investigation.
That's correct, my lady.
But what you did, however, say to the court yesterday is, yes, it is true, if that is the mark caused by a prosthetic foot on the door, and I'll break it up, then of course it would be consistent with the accused wearing his prosthesis.
If that was the mark of a prosthetic foot on the door, it would be consistent with him wearing his prosthesis.
Yes.
That is correct, my lady. If that is the mark of a prosthetic foot.
Of course.
Now that's very important. If it's
Yes,
the mark.
I've got no difficulty with that. You are ever qualified it. And the qualification was, yes, but just bear in mind, I want to tell the court that it was of course possible, because that plank was out of the door, it was lying on the floor, and he's carrying the deceased, he could have caused that mark by wearing his prosthesis, by stumbling on it or rubbing on it or whatever. That could also explain the mark. You remember that?
It is a possibility, my lady. I remember my testimony about it very clearly. But until now, I'm not convinced that it was actually caused by the prosthetic foot. I said it's a possibility.
But you cannot be convinced because you didn't, to use your words, bother to investigate it.
I'm not convinced that it is a mark, my lady, because there's no evidence. I did not do any analysis on it. No evidence was presented to me that could lead me, or that could convince me that that was a mark caused by a prosthetic foot.
All I'm saying, I'm putting it no higher than this. I say, assuming that the experts on behalf of Mr. Pistorius are correct. I want you to assume that, not to accept it. And that was in fact a mark caused by the prosthetic foot on the door when you kick the door. Then of course it tells a story. Assuming that's correct, that's proven.
If that is the assumption, my lady, I must agree that it is a possibility.
Yes. But then you raise two possibilities. On that assumption, I'm not asking you to accept it. I work on the assumption. Because that's my instruction, and I work on the assumption. They say, yes, he could have kicked the door, and you had a third qualification, if he could reach that high. That's the first one.
That's very important. If the door was in place and it was in fact a foot kicking the door there, then at least he had to raise his foot that high to be able to kick it.
I can tell you now it's very easy
Okay.
for the accused to kick that high. And that will be the evidence later on, accepted for present purposes. Then we go to the second aspect. There you had two possibilities. The one is, of course, that's his foot. And the other one, yes, it is his foot, but it might have been imprinted on the door because it was lying on the floor and he could have stumbled on it and caused a mark there under difficult circumstances.
That's also possible, my lady.
Yes. We requested your files yesterday. And they consisted of 3 files. You have them there in front of you.
I've got them in front of me, my lady.
We will hand copies to the court as exhibit. The first file we will mark as exhibit CC1. Lady, may I just mark it before I hand it up to you? That is the first file received from you. The second file received from you we will mark as CC2. And the third file we will mark as exhibit CC3. Now, if you can explain to the court, what is your first file, Colonel?
My lady, if he refers to the first file as the one that is marked with a 1 on top.
Yes, it's marked accordingly.
According
to
to my, okay. The first file would be the first entry opened for the materials analysis section in this case. The second file, second entry, and the third file, the third entry.
Could you just repeat that?
The first file would be the first entry for this specific case. The second file will be the second entry and the third entry. If we receive exhibits at the laboratory, we can we open an entry, lab number in the laboratory. And if there's subsequent exhibits received in the same case, it can happen that the second entry and the third entry in the same lab, on the same lab number can be opened. And that is exactly what happened here, my lady.
And what is the purpose of forensic files or dossiers?
My lady, the purpose thereof is to keep record of firstly the chain of custody of the exhibits received at the laboratory. The next one is to have a place to file the copy of the affidavit that was, or the statement that was written in this case. Another reason for this can be to have a place to add any other subsequent information that came out of the investigation, my lady.
And you test done the documentary exhibits?
the tests done and the document of the exhibits.
In
It can-
relation to a case.
Yeah, it can also be stored in the case file, my lady.
That's where it should be.
That's true, my lady.
Yes. Did you remove documents before handing it over to us?
I did not remove any documents, my lady.
Well, let's look at it. Let's look at the first file. If we go to the first page of Exhibit CC1, we see it refers to registered entry for materials analysis. You see that?
That's correct, my lady.
And the second page, we will see the reasons why this was transferred to you, to the materials analysis. Is that correct?
You're talking about this document where there was a handing over of exhibits.
The heading reads Forensic Science Laboratory Form Manual,
That's
Biologic
correct. That's
section.
correct, my lady.
That's the third document.
Yeah.
And it deals with two things, the holster and the cricket bat.
That's correct, my lady.
And reason for transfer on that page, analysis.
That's correct, my lady.
So what happened to the holster?
My lady, the holster as well as the cricket bat was at that stage not opened by me. I kept it sealed as it was sealed, and it was handed over to the official photographer at a later stage. And if I'm correct, there is proof of this handing over. If we just look further, on the 12th of March, the cricket bat still sealed as I received it on the 8th from Colonel Thompson at biology.
Where are you reading? Where are you reading?
My lady, the handing over initially on the 8th, I received the cricket bat and the holster from Colonel Thompson, who's working at the biology section. They did some analysis on the cricket bat and the holster prior to me receiving it on the 8th. On the 8th, I just...
I'm trying to find out where you're reading. I thought you were reading from somewhere.
No, I'm not reading.
You're not?
It's the second page in CC1.
Yes.
What's the heading? Is it
The Forensic Science Laboratory from Manual Biological Section.
Yes, we've got
biology section?
Biology section, my lady. This is just a internal handing over document to have chain of custody if exhibits were handed off, to have record, not chain of custody, to have record of exhibits handed over from one person to another, which is typically used in a situation like this, where I was requested to collect the holster and the cricket bat from Colonel Thompson and hand it over to the photographer at a later stage. On this document, she filled in the evidence sealing bags in which the exhibits were sealed, and I signed for the evidence.
You signed for the holster and the cricket bat.
For the holster and the cricket bat.
And then?
I kept the holster and the cricket bat still sealed in the bags as I received it in my possession, under lock and key. And at a later stage, that was handed over to the photographer, Mr. Van Staden, Warrant Officer Van Staden.
When was that?
The cricket bat was handed over to him on the 12th of March.
Could you show us just that document?
That document is page 5 of 6. If you page further in that file, you will see there's a document marked page 5 of 6, where the
what is the heading of that document?
It's an official police letter, and I signed it where I handed it.
Is it the one, sorry, just to assist the court, is the one that's dated 12th March?
12th March, my lady, as I said,
2013.
yes. Okay, on the 12th of March, I handed the cricket bat over to him. And that was for the
I
performing
just
of...
think you're moving much too fast. The document that you're being referred to, which one is it?
And Lady, may I assist the court? He was going a bit fast. If you page through, and I'm going to give you the number of pages, if you include the first page,
I think we've got it dated the 12th of March.
it's the 8th page. It's an official letterhead of the South African Police, and it's
Yes.
dated 12th March 2013.
Thank you very
Thank you, my
much.
lady. That's the letter that you referred to,
That's the
Colonel.
letter I'm referring to, my lady.
And there you say you handed the cricket bat over.
That's correct, my lady.
So you were in possession of the cricket bat and the holster from the 8th till the 12th.
Till the cricket bat until the 12th, and you will see later on the next page, there's a photocopy of an exhibit bag where Warrant Officer van Staden signed for receipt of the holster. The holster I handed over to him on the 11th of March, my lady.
Now let's go then. After that page, it's a document with the heading, it's South African Police Service and then investigation diary.
That's correct, my lady.
What is an investigation diary?
SAP 5, my lady, if sometimes we have a place, we need a place to write some information about the investigation, it will be written down in the investigation diary. It's not, I can state that it's not always used, and in this case you can see I did not make use of this page, as all the information regarding my investigation was captured in the relevant information was captured in my statement, as well as in photographs that was taken during my investigation, my lady.
And then, what are the other pages in this document?
Obviously, my statement is in there. If we go past the first pages in the document. Also present after that investigation diary, there's three photocopies of evidence sealing bags, my lady. These were the evidence sealing bags in which the cricket bat, the steel plate, and the other prosthetic legs that I have with me was sealed in. There was a request from the defense on the 15th of November last year to be able to have access to the evidence, and I made the copies of this evidence sealing bags as it was sealed in order to make available to the defense's experts, should they need to open the bags, that they can just sign on the document that the bags were opened by them. That is for chain of custody purposes, my lady.
And then in your statement, the last paragraph in that docket, the last page, you say that all the photographs used in the statement were taken by Warrant Officer van Staden. That be correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Where are the photos or the video where you hit the door or pretend to hit the door to determine the marks?
My lady, I did not take video. We did not take video of that. The photographs, all of the photographs are with Mr. van Staden, the original photographs. And I also have a copy of the photographs on my computer at work, my lady.
How many positions did you assume in testing the mark and to pretend to hit the door?
My lady, as I can explain, if I can explain to the court, I first tried different positions and different possibilities, and only when I actually got the position that fitted with the cricket bat, only then that we took pictures of the cricket bat. And you will see there's actually some photos where the bat is moved away from the door or slightly back or forth to actually see if one can make a physical match. Those pictures, those photographs are available, and we can go through them already.
Did you take pictures that you described yesterday as that you did not regard as a natural position to be in, where it also fitted in the mark?
If you can just have a look at the album, I can show you what pictures were taken, and there was one where I was standing in a kind of unnatural position. to try and
Where it also replicated the mark.
where they also replicated the mark, my lady. Yes.
But we'll get those photos.
Those
you can
photos were already
identify.
made available to
Yes.
all the photos are with the defence, and they got all of that.
No microscopic evidence in this file.
No microscopic evidence in this file, my lady.
So let's go to the second file.
It was a macroscopic investigation. It wasn't
Yes.
microscopic.
Let's go to the second file, exhibit CC2. What is this file all about?
My lady, if you look at the, I guess it's the third page in the pile of papers that you got, you will see there's a covering letter signed by Mr. van Staden, and that one is dated the 20th of March last year. And the second page is actually a sample submission form that was completed by Warrant Officer van Staden when he submitted the specific evidence to the laboratory. On that sample submission form, you will see there's a date stamp also dated 20th of March. And this is the sample submission form that is submitted with all exhibits received at case reception downstairs at the Forensic Science Laboratory.
Which date was that?
That was the 20th of March, my lady.
So who received the exhibits then?
Case reception downstairs, we've got a section there dealing with the receiving of evidence, my lady, and it's an administrative task.
And what exhibits would this be?
This one would have been the cricket bat, as it stated in, I think it's the third page, just correct me, is it the third page, the covering letter, the SAP is
Is it the one that says the steel plate?
no, my lady.
Dated
Sorry,
13.
I'm in file 3 now.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, my lady. File 2 is the steel plate. That was received on the 14th of March. If you look at the sample submission form, that was on the 14th of March.
I was paging through this document by also going to the investigation diary. What's in there?
In the investigation diary on the 26th of April, I said that I received an evidence sealing bag with number, well, I just said received and then a number. That was the evidence sealing bag PW 4206 9710, and I referred to entry 2.
Where is entry 2?
Entry 2 is actually this document. It was supposed to be entry 1. It's just a error in the writing there.
Now you spoke about the microscopic test done in relation to the steel plate.
Yes, my lady.
Where is that?
That was just a physical observation through the microscope, and there's no physical evidence of that.
It's got a camera in the microscope.
Not the one that I used. I've used the microscope without a camera.
You have access to a microscope.
I do have
with a
access
camera.
to a microscope with a camera, but I did not take a picture of that through the camera, my lady.
And file 3?
File 3 is when the cricket bat came back from Warrant Officer van Staden from LCRC, submitted it on the 20th of March last year to the Forensic Science Laboratory, and it went through the same process. It was submitted downstairs at case reception.
Where's the file for the prosthetic legs that you had to examine?
My lady, the file with the prosthetic legs is not here. It was not an affidavit that was submitted for court purposes. It was agreed after I inspected it that I do not need to submit that investigation.
Who did you agree with?
With the investigating officer. I told the investigating officer that there's no, I couldn't determine anything on that, and therefore he said, okay, it's fine. We're not going to use that thing.
When you received the sealed evidence back, did you receive a file with it, or did you open the file?
There is a file. There is a file available at the lab, which will give all the necessary information about it. So there is an entry, and I think it's entry 4 for that specific investigation, my lady.
Just to assist the court, because we have prepared in this and we've seen all the photos, and to demonstrate to the court some of the photos and the evidence or the questions that I'm going to put to you relevant to this, we will ask that photo 110 be screened. Thank you. Can you identify what you see on the photo, Colonel?
My lady, yes, indeed. This is the door where it was assembled in the, well, not assembled. I suspect that if I see it's the 14th of February, this was the door as it was found on the day of the incident. My
Yes,
lady.
that was 6:07. The photo. That, just to demonstrate to the court, that's the door. How it would have been without the inside panels.
Yeah, my lady, if you look at the photograph there, you will see that this little piece here on the left-hand side of the
Yes.
door, if you're facing it, is still intact as it is there on the...
But the other panels are.
The other panels are removed, my lady.
If you can go to photo 112. There we get some idea about the panels.
Yes, my lady.
You see a panel next to the bath, and you see one inside the toilet, protruding to some extent.
That's correct, my lady.
So if you can go to photo 120 to find a close-up of that panel lying in the toilet.
That's correct, my lady.
Can you identify that panel in relation to the door?
My lady, it seems like it's the...
I would tell you it's the one on the right, but you can...
It's the one on the right-hand side.
that's
It's
their
just
point.
with the face down.
Yes.
Yeah,
But that is the one you can see
Yeah.
on the bottom. Are you satisfied with it?
I'm satisfied that
So
it's
could
that
you
one.
just assist the court with the little green light pointer that you have? It is that panel.
That's this panel, yes, my lady.
It is the panel that we accept for present purposes with the prosthetic footprint on.
The so-called prosthetic footprint.
Yes, I say for present purposes.
Yeah.
Because you didn't investigate.
Yeah.
So that's that panel. What do you see about that panel that you think you should draw the court's attention to? You've said it. Is it upside down?
It's upside down with the face down, my lady. And if I'm talking about the face, I mean the face is the outside of the door.
In simple language, would it mean that and we accept for present purposes, I know you must be proved, that the prosthetic footprint, if I can call it that, that's at the bottom.
That's at the bottom, yes, my lady.
So I was just coming back to possibilities now. There were two possibilities debated with you. The one was that he kicked the door when it was intact and tried to break the door. You remember?
Yes, I remember, my lady.
And that followed in his bail application that he could not break it, and he then took the cricket bat.
That's correct, my lady.
And what followed from that proposition, that's as high as I want to put it, that he must have had his legs on at the time when he used the cricket bat.
That's your version, my lady.
Does it, on that assumption that the footprint is proved, would that not follow?
No, that would not follow. It doesn't mean that he actually kicked out that panel in the process, my lady. The panel could have been broken out of the frame of the door before he had his legs on. That's my version of the story.
That's your version.
Yeah, over my findings, because my finding was that the cricket bat was used to break open the door, and in that action he was not wearing his prosthetic legs. I explained, my lady, where I said the cricket bat was hit through the door and it was used in a kind of a.
On your theory, when would the kick now be?
My lady, on my theory, I had to accept their version that it was a kick. I never said there was a kick. I said the mark could have been caused by him stumbling over the piece of wood while it was there in the bathroom. So on my version, I never said there was a kick.
Let's go first back. We had two possibilities, and it was subject to proof. And we work on the assumption that that is the footprint or the print on the door caused by the prosthetic foot. That's the assumption.
That's the assumption. I never said he kicked the door. He kicked the door while it was in position, my lady.
You entertained two possibilities. Can you remember? That I dealt with.
Is it the assumptions that you're talking about?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I didn't entertain it. It was an assumption that was put to me, my lady, and I said for the purpose of the assumption, we can talk on that.
I'm just testing how far you're prepared to consider the version of the accused. If you're not prepared to consider it, then it's fine. But we work on his version, nothing more. It may be false. We accept it for the moment. We assume the correctness. Can we do that?
As long as I'm not accused of accepting the version, my lady.
No. And no,
And
you
we
don't.
can work on that. This is a.
Quite frankly, you could not be bothered about that, Mark. So I'm not asking you to accept.
Okay.
So we know at the bail application already, the accused version was that he tried to open the door after the shooting. He kicked it. He had his prosthesis on. He kicked it, could not open it, and then used the cricket bat to break open the door. That was the version.
Okay, that was the version.
Yes.
If that was his version, I accepted.
If that is proven to be the print caused by the prosthetic foot, then we know one thing, that Mr. Pistorius stood on his prosthesis when he kicked the door.
Not when he
We're
kicked the
coming to
door.
the other possibility.
Not when he kicked the door. When the mark was caused on the door, he probably had his prosthetic legs on them. If it was proven that it was that it came from the prosthetic leg, yes, my lady.
Yes, we work on that assumption. That would then be consistent with the man standing on his legs, if he can kick that out.
If he can kick that high, that's his version that he kicked it out. If we accept the version just for the theoretical part of it now,
Yes.
then it's
Not
possible.
kicked it out, tried to kick it out.
Try to kick it out.
Could not,
whatever.
and then use the bat. On that proposition, he was on his legs. On that proposition.
On that proposition,
Yes.
yes, my lady.
And on that proposition, your unnatural position would then be more acceptable.
My lady, on that proposition, it's also possible that he did not kick the door, or that mark was not caused by the footprint,
I
or by the prosthetic leg.
We understand that. That's your reservation. I'm working on an assumption. I'm just testing the reliability of a version through an expert. That's all. So on that proposition, the unnatural position would then make sense.
The
You
unnatural
hit the door with
position.
the cricket bat with the legs on, that would make a standing up.
Yeah, he would be in an unnatural position when he hit the door.
Yes.
In this case, my lady.
It would conform then, because it would go hand in hand with his version and the marks on the door.
Yeah,
You agree?
I agree that
Yes.
if he had his legs on after kicking the door and he tried to break the door with a cricket bat, he must have been in an uncomfortable or unnatural position.
Yes. The second part, of course, the second possibility that you raised was that he caused the mark when a again, I understand that, Colonel, assuming that it is a mark caused by the prosthetic foot. That's what we work on. You're not accepting it because you didn't test it.
Yeah.
Your second proposition was, of course, it could have happened that mark could have been imprinted on that panel by the prosthetic foot in him stumbling on it and causing the mark.
That's correct, my lady.
But of course we have now photo 120 that we can look at again. The marks at the bottom, not on the top. So when you stumble on the plank, it would be on the reverse side or the back side.
When he stumbled, this one was on the front side, so it's facing the floor in this photograph.
Yes, and where would we call it, the footprint be?
The
On this
footprint
photo
would be
120.
facing the floor, as I said.
Facing the floor.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
when you walk on that plank, or you stumble on that plank, it cannot cause the imprint on the wrong side.
That's correct, my lady. Another very important thing on this picture is, if you look at the blood on the floor, the blood is smeared underneath that plank, which means that that plank, or that piece of panel, was put there or ended up there after the smear mark on the blood was on the floor was created.
And of course, it could have been
So,
tampering.
no, I'm not saying it's tampering, my lady. I just said that, I never said tampering. I said the piece of the panel could have been moved into the bathroom, into that position, or was most probably moved into the toilet in that position after the deceased were moved out of the bathroom. And that is consistent with the panel lying on top of the blood smear.
Yes, I understand it. But you need then a second step. You need to say, well, the footprint's now at the bottom. He cannot cause that footprint. But of course, there's another possibility that somehow he turned the plank over first, stepped on it, and then, or first he stepped on the plank with the upside, the footprint up, and then he turned the plank over for the footprint to be at the bottom. That's a possibility, I think.
My lady, there's many possibilities in this. In the commotion that took place after he pulled the deceased out of the toilet, he could have moved the panel into the toilet. That's another possibility, and not taking note of which side must be on top and which side must be to the bottom. It could have been an automatic action trying to get the plank out of his way while he was probably trying to assist Mrs.
When would he then step on it?
Before he went into the bathroom. After he broke open the door and after the panels was removed, he could have stepped on it, he could have tripped over it. So
No, but he must not only do that on that theory. He must step hard enough that I still cannot understand how it would make a mark, and I invited you to do the test, we'll come to that, to make that mark. But then he must do something else. He must pick up that plank and put it back in a position that it's upside down.
that's correct, my lady. That's a version that's a possibility that is on the table, and if I have to accept that that's a footprint on the door, they must be able to accept my a version like that as well, not necessarily my.
Okay, to photo 162, 162. What is it that you see?
I see supposedly the prosthesis legs of Mr. Pistorius wearing socks with blood on the legs.
That photo would show, if it's of course correct, the prosthesis with the foot.
That's correct, my lady.
That's what we say. That was the foot that kicked the door. Of course you don't accept it, it's just for your benefit. But you don't accept it.
My lady, I did not, yeah, well, that's a version put to me.
I need to know, you don't accept it, or you simply say, I don't know?
Except that it was the foot that opened that kicked the door
Kicked,
open.
yeah.
Well, if we're talking with in assumptions now, my lady, so that is possible according to the assumption that that was the foot that.
It
could
would have
kicked the
been,
door.
of course, fantastic. As a qualified footprint examiner, seeing that mark, investigating the door, seeing the door on more than one occasion, just to do the test.
My lady.
You had the prosthetic legs, just do the test
My lady.
to
I
see
was-
what caused that mark.
That mark did not appear to me to be a shoe print or a footprint, or a shoe or a foot making that mark, and that's why it was not compared with the legs of Mr. Pistorius. And I can also say that when I received the prosthetic legs, the legs did not have the socks on it. I received the legs without the socks.
Yes. Photo 414. What is it that you see there, if you can identify it to the court? 414. I'm sorry, I thought it was on screen. And you assist the court and tell the court what you see, and specifically in relation to the mark to the right of the yellow tape measure.
That's correct, my lady. Again, it's a photograph of that piece on the right there, showing the bullet holes as well as the mark.
Could you just focus with the green light on the mark that we can see it in relation to
That
the
one
door?
there.
It is beneath, it's to the left of the handle and beneath.
That's correct, my lady.
About, I guess, about from the handle itself, about 10 centimeters beneath.
That's probably 10, 12 centimeters.
And photo 413.
It's just it's a photograph.
It's
just a little
basically
bit-
the same,
basically
again
the
showing
same,
the mark.
Yeah, showing the mark.
So the mark was, if I look at the two photos, the mark was receiving some attention by the police.
Say again, my lady.
Two close-up photos of the mark. There was some attention to that.
Yeah, I would not say it was the mark that was photographed. There's also bullet holes in there, my lady, which was also, and I would say these photographs pays attention to the bullet holes. They're the ones that were marked out.
Not to the mark.
I don't think so, my lady.
Then I want to show you another photo that we will hand up as Exhibit ED. Then you tell me if you know what this is. Possible for you to identify what you see on this photo?
It looks like the bottom side of the prosthetic legs, my lady.
With respect, my lady, we don't have one. We would really like to also see what.
You don't have?
No, not at all. It's not been handed to us.
I thought it was handed. What is it that you see?
It seems like it's the bottom side of the prosthetic legs, my lady.
For the foot?
With the foot, yes.
Yeah.
The sole of the foot.
And there's a date there?
27th of February 2013, my lady.
At 12 o'clock.
That's what.
Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah.
And then give the state an opportunity. We'll hand in a photo marked as EE. And I will tell you what that is. To give the state another opportunity to look at this. This is what I showed to you. It's a piece that was cut out of the prosthetic foot in order to do the comparison and the markings and the microscopic testing in relation to the mark on the door. Do you know, as a matter of interest, Roger Dixon?
I know Roger Dixon.
Who is he?
He worked with me. He was my commander before he left the laboratory.
Competent person?
I experienced him as a competent person, yes, my lady.
Was he your commander?
He was my commander, yes, my lady.
Of course, this was done by Roger Dixon.
Okay.
I want to ask you, I just missed that yesterday, I'm sorry about that, about photo 484E, in brackets E, 484E.
My lady, can I just on this picture, when was it cut out from the foot? When was this?
Why is it that you ask?
No, I just would like to know because it's presented to me as a piece of.
Yes, we will call Mr. Dixon because you did not even look at that.
That's fine.
So it was just consuming time to deal with you there. Can you go to photo 484E? What is that?
My lady, that is a photograph of me taken with a cricket bat standing up in a natural position without crouching down, just to show the angle of the bat in relation with the door if I was standing up. And that it must be compared with the one where I'm crouching down like this, where the angle of the bat was again shown.
Is the bat reaching sensibly the opening there, where the missing pieces would be?
Yeah, it's right there, my lady.
So it's a photo of you standing up in a position.
That's correct, my lady.
With the bat in position with that.
In position with that. My lady, maybe on this picture I can just mention that the marks on the side of the bat, the indentations on the side of the bat, in this instance, did not match the contours and the lines of the door. So this is not to say that I say the bat was in this position when the door was beaten.
But you didn't push it in, it's just touching.
It's just touching. I just wanted to show the angle of the bat if I was standing up straight.
But you didn't push it in?
No, I didn't push it in this.
To see if it would match?
My lady, we can do that for investigation again here in court and show you exactly what I mean with this picture.
I was wondering yesterday, if I asked you to close your eyes and stand on your knees and to replicate that position, to swing the bat but not hit it or just bring it forward, what do you think would happen?
My lady, if I'm not exactly on the spot, I will be very close to the spot because it would be a kind of a natural position for me.
And standing?
And standing, I will probably hit it higher up.
Or if you bend your back like yesterday, where would it probably go?
If I bent my back, it would have been more or less, could have been in the same position.
Yes. But I have one photo that I don't have a copy of, so may I just ask for a short adjournment? I just want to find out. I see it is 11 o'clock. I did not realize. I just do not have a copy of that, and I don't want to deal with that without a copy. If that's relevant, I just want to make sure.
How long will you need?
My lady, may I deal with another aspect in order not to waste time?
Yes.
I realize. Coming back, I'll come back to this photo after the adjournment. I'm concerned because I see in your curriculum vitae, you deal with crime scene investigation courses that you attended and so on, and the inventory. Because it's been reported to the police, and we wait for feedback, and we have photos to show between what time and what time it happened, but that the accused had a little cabinet or a box with watches, and watches went missing. And that's why we need also the inventory for that purpose.
My lady, I did not have access to that inventory. I did not compile that inventory, so I would not be the right person to ask for the inventory.
In your experience as a person that attended that crime scene investigation course, who must make this inventory?
My lady, usually the inventory that is made on the scene is of exhibits taken. It's not of every object found in the house. So if I investigated the scene, I would not have made an inventory of every object in the house, every watch, every chair, everything in the house. I would just make an inventory of the stuff that I collected on the scene, which I removed from the scene.
Who would be responsible for that inventory?
The crime scene manager, or the person in charge of the crime scene, would do that inventory, and he would record everything that is collected, my lady.
Because we know there was one, and I will tell you where it was. At the front door. Someone keeping an inventory, and we're trying to find that inventory. Would that go to your department?
No, my lady, that would not come to my department. Not unless it's necessary to come to us. Usually, as I said, it's the person in charge of the crime scene that will keep that record in, and that will most probably go into the case docket.
Now, when we were in court not too long ago, we saw also amongst members of the police a YouTube video You remember what that was all about? The one with the cricket bat hitting the door.
Did I see it?
Yes, did you?
No, I did not. I'm not.
Well,
I haven't seen it.
we'll ask him, we'll take steps, we'll ask you to see it, because I'm not saying it's the truth. But as a person that worked on the door, I'll tell you what it was all about. It was done, and I don't know how scientific, but it was done in the UK with a microphone 180 meters away, and a person taking a bat and hitting a door, and then after that firing a 9mm to compare the significant resemblance of the shots.
No, I definitely not see that. Did not see that video.
Did you do any test when you heard about the version that there was of the accused, there was first a shooting and then the hitting of the door, to understand the resemblance between that?
No, I did not do any investigation on that, my lady.
But you were aware of that version?
I became aware somewhere along the line that the door was broken open with a cricket bat. I knew there was shots fired, but I never did an investigation in that regard.
We know on your investigation that there were first shot fires and then the cricket bat broke the door. And
That's
the
correct,
evidence
my
given.
lady. That's correct. That's correct, my lady.
So what I'm trying to find out is that when you heard this version again, later on, whenever, that you go back to the forensic department to conduct that test, particularly because we see a number of policemen looking at this YouTube video, and I was just wondering, and if you
My lady,
did not do the test, you did not.
I never seen a policeman watching that video.
So
I was not even aware of that video, and I did not do any investigations in that regard until now.
Lady, I tried to use some valuable time. It's only one outstanding aspect that I must deal with, and those are the photos. I just want to make sure that they're really relevant, and I don't have copies of that. Maybe take the adjournment till after the tea.
Yes.
Adjournment, my lady.
We'll take our tea adjournment.
Kan jy al praat in Donderdag?
You're still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank
Mr. Roux.
Thank you, my lady. Colonel, yesterday you said that what you would do is to go to your office to look at the cases to see if you could find cases where you'd filed expert reports on impressions on wood and indentations.
That's correct, my lady. I did say so, but unfortunately we left after 4 o'clock here, and the case files are all locked up in our case file room, which is administered by administration people, and they were not available yesterday afternoon. I am willing to do that during the daytime if I can have access to the case file room and submit you with such cases and similar cases.
And did you do any test on a piece of Marante plank to see what marks could be caused on it by stumbling on it?
Yesterday, you mean? No, yesterday I did not have a piece of Marante at home, my lady.
Just explain to me one point that I could not well understand. That's on the 30th of April 2013. On a version that the door was now assembled when you arrived, you spoke about loose panels or floating panels or whatever. What was the situation there?
My lady, as I said earlier, the panels of the door was not kept in place at that stage by this little piece that I'm indicating here now. The panels were kept in place with sellotape, so they were not as sturdy as what they are now.
So they were more loose.
They were more loose, my lady.
And then I incorrectly said to you, with reference to YouTube, it was the UK, it was the US. And I want to give you the number if you can write it down. And it may be very important, maybe for you to come back later, maybe. If I may ask you to watch this. And that is 9, capital B, capital M.
M for Mike.
For Mike. I'll try to follow that language. It's 9, Bravo, Mike, Mike, Echo, Yankee, Mike, 7, Juliet, Romeo.
7, Juliet, Romeo.
Romeo, 0.
Can you just repeat that, or can I repeat it for you? It's 9, Bravo, Mike, Mike, Echo, Yankee, Mike, 7, Juliet, Romeo, 0, Oscar.
I just want to make sure about the 0, if you would bear with me. Or to just bear with me, my handwriting is not a good thing. It is a 0, in fact. Would you care to look at it, and we'll make contact at some appropriate time?
That's fine, my lady.
Your evidence may be then necessary.
I'll make a point of that.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions to this witness.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Nell.
As it pleases, my lady. Colonel, if one look at the door, and we're talking about missing pieces, let me start from and say that I will deal with 9 different issues. Start with the 1, and those are the pieces of the door. If one look at the door, above the marks, the piece is missing a rather millimeters of wood that's missing.
Are you talking above these marks?
Yes, above these marks.
Yeah, there's not much missing from the door.
Would that have impacted on your findings above the marks?
My lady, no, not really, because there was no clear indication that anything serious happened up there, and that's probably one of the reasons why it was not that important for me to do extra effort to find those pieces.
If a bat hit anywhere above the mark, you would have expected it on the wood that one can see, marks on the wood that one can see, am I right?
if I understand your question correctly, my lady, if a bat was used on the door, there would be, well, you suspected there would be other indentations visible on the door, yes, my lady.
On what you can see there now? On
No,
that
not
wood?
that I can see now, my lady.
You can't see it now, but you would have expected it on the wood.
Yeah, my lady.
Then, below the mark, there are pieces missing.
Below which mark?
Below the mark that you described to court. Yeah, below this mark.
Yeah, there are pieces missing there, my lady.
Okay, you're right when you said that the accused is taller than you. For you to hit below the mark, the position would have been more unnatural.
That's correct, my lady.
You indicated to court that to hit, we yesterday numbered it mark 2. To hit the bat at the second mark, mark 2, was unnatural for you. To go lower than that, would that be more unnatural?
That would have been more unnatural to me, my lady.
Is there any damage to the door handle that you could see?
I could pick up no damage to the door handle, my lady.
Let's deal with the demonstrations or replication of what happened. The angle that you established during the tests you've done in the demonstrations that Mr. Roux asked you to do yesterday, do you still stand by that must have been the angle?
I still stand by the I still have the view that the angle that I demonstrated to the court yesterday, my lady, was the angle at which the bat came to a standstill within the door.
That's now mark 2.
That's mark 2, my lady.
The angle on mark 1?
That is still my view that the bat was at that specific angle as I indicated yesterday, my lady.
And one can see the angle visually the best at photograph 480.
480. That's correct, my lady.
That was the angle that the bat was in when it hit the door.
That's correct, my lady. That is the only angle the bat.
I'm sorry, my lady. I think it's very wrong to put to a witness and react. That was the angle that the bat was in. It's simply an opinion expressed. Not that was the angle the bat was in. That was his view of the angle, not the real position.
Lady, I thought that was understood that if I do re-examination, that it's his opinion.
No,
but I'll be so
please
careful.
rephrase.
I'll be very careful. Everything I'm asking you is about your view from now and your opinion. Okay. Now, is it your opinion that that was the angle of the bat when it hit the door?
My lady, that is according to my observations, that is the only way the bat could have been in that position when it hit the door at that point.
And that the handle of the bat must have been, again on your opinion, on what you observed, in the position that one can see at photograph 480.
That's correct, my lady.
Can I just ask you, is that the angle of the bat when it hit the door?
That's the angle of the bat when it hit the door, my lady.
You wanted to describe a new mark you found on the bat. You now have Exhibit 1 with you, is that correct, the bat?
That's correct, my lady.
Please carry on.
My lady, on this side of the bat, and as it's indicated there, it's the side of the bat that actually made contact with with the door. There's a distinct red mark on the side of the bat.
What is it? How does that help you?
This probably was caused due to the bat hitting the door, and some material from the door got rubbed off on the bat, similar to what we see here on the face of the bat on the other marks.
Does that support your version, or is it against your version, the mark?
That further confirms my version, my lady, because if we hold the bat in the position against the door like this, this is exactly the same line as the edge of the frame, and I'm talking about this edge going down there. So this support my view that the bat was at that specific angle when it hit the door.
Okay, can I just have a look at that?
Indeed, lady, may I just ask to be handed up?
My lady, I request you to look at the marks.
That's exactly why I want to look.
Yeah, the marks here in front, which is the initial marks in my first version, as well as the red colored mark on the side there.
Just hold it for me. Thank you.
Then, Colonel, I'm going to ask you one or two questions about the natural and unnatural position. You just keep that in your mind. The angle of the first shot and the angle of the bat in the second shot, were they similar or not?
They were similar, my lady.
So, if there was an unnatural position, it would have been similar or not?
That's correct, my lady.
Now, the wedging in your evidence, at what angle was that?
The wedging was at the same angle as when the bat went through the door, and that can be proven by the indentations on the back side as well as the marks on the front side of the bat.
So, on your evidence and your demonstration yesterday, the wedging would have happened also in an unnatural position as far as you're concerned?
If the accused had his prosthesis on, my lady.
Okay. Then, even on what was put to you yesterday by Mr. Roux, taking up an unnatural position, can you cause those two marks in the angles that you indicate the bat was standing at the exact same spot?
No, my lady. It's not possible to cause those two marks standing at the exact same spot.
Now, Colonel, I took a specific note of an answer you gave to Advocate Roux pertaining to what happened first, the shots or the bat. You said the bullet hole was there before the panel was broken.
That's correct, my lady.
Can you say scientifically, if we take the first mark, if that was caused before the shots were fired?
My lady, scientifically, I would not think that it would be possible to say whether that small mark, if I'm correct now, if you're referring to the small mark there on the side, I would not be able to say that was there before the shots were fired. No.
Then there was a long debate this morning about the kicking. Okay? Do you know if the kicking happened before or after the shots? If it's a kick, that mark.
That would also be very difficult to say, and I doubt if one would be able to say the kicking happened before or after the shots.
Because Mr. Roop put to you a version and said at a stage that the only reason why the accused would have kicked the door was to open it. Remember that? To get it open because it was locked.
To break it open, yes.
Yeah. Could there be other reasons?
No, I guess if we say other reasons, it might.
No, let's speculate. You were asked to speculate. Could it be to scare someone? Is that possible?
That's possible. If we speculate, it's possible.
Okay. Just to make a noise, that's possible.
For whatever reason,
possible.
yes.
Okay. Now, then, yesterday you were shown photographs that were taken on the 30th of September.
My lady, maybe if I can lead my prosecutor here. On that matter, if we speculate, we can also not prove that that mark was caused during the unfortunate incident. It could have been a mark that could have been on the door previously as well, if you want to speculate now.
Yeah.
So there's no evidence that that mark, there's no timeline for that mark, except for Mr. Pistorius' version.
Whilst we're dealing with that mark, let's finalize it. I'll mark it. Yeah. You wanted to know when the sample was taken that was shown to you.
Yes.
Why would that be important to you?
Because I have no recollection of Mr. Dixon taking a sample of the prosthetic legs while they were in my custody.
Okay. Now, you were shown a photograph of the investigation you and Mr. Mangena did on the 30th of April.
That's correct, my lady.
And you saw pieces of wood lying in the back.
On the photograph, I saw pieces of wood, my lady.
That's it. And you said on the photograph, do you have any independent recollection having seen that on the specific day?
My lady, as I stated yesterday, on that day I did not notice those pieces between the shelves there while I was busy doing my investigation.
Then, photograph 484E. That is you standing upright.
That's correct, my lady.
Hitting the door.
Pointing the bat to the door, my lady.
But that angle, is that the angle that the bat was in when it made contact with the door?
No, my lady, that was not the angle the bat was in when it made contact with the door, and that is confirmed with, firstly, the physical match of the door through the bat through the door, and secondly, looking at the indentations on the bat, on the back side of the bat, as well as the marks on the front side of the bat.
What did you want to portray with that specific photo, 484? What did you want to show?
With that photograph, I just wanted to indicate the angle of the bat when I was standing up in relation to the door, my lady.
Now, for you to establish at what angle the bat hit the door, was a microscopic investigation necessary?
My lady, as I stated earlier in my cross-examination, I did a macroscopic investigation on the door because it's huge marks, big marks. There was no need for microscopic investigations to determine the angle of the bat.
You could fit the bat into the marks and come to a conclusion then.
That's correct, my lady.
Then photograph 120. But we have it in our album whilst we're trying to get it on the screen. Can you follow it? Just by looking at the photograph in your album?
My file, yes, my
Yes.
lady.
Now, in photograph 120, we've already identified the larger piece of wood there as the panel closest to the handle of the...
There's that panel with a...
Now, the piece of wood lying on the left-hand side of that photograph. Do you
Yes,
see
my
that?
lady. I see it, my lady.
Where would that fit into the door?
My lady, it looks like if it's possible that it's this little piece down here.
Because it's got a characteristic
Yeah,
of what you can see at the door.
yeah, my lady.
It forms
And
a border between the inside panel and the outside panel.
Yeah, and if I look at the specific market, and I know this piece of wood, there's a area here where it's narrower than the rest of the I'll have to look closely, my lady, but I think it's that piece of
You're welcome to, with the leave of the court, you're welcome to
Yes,
have a close inspection.
My lady, on the back of the door, opposite this end, there's also a missing piece with the same profile. But it's very difficult from the picture to say whether it is this one or the one in the back. Maybe, but it looks like it came either from, it's either this one or the piece on the back which is missing.
But it's from the border
It's from the border, my lady.
of the panel. Thank you, my lady. I have no further re-examination.
Thank you very much. Colonel, thank you very much for your assistance. You may be excused.
Thank you, my lady.
By court, please, the court, my lady. I will call the next witness. I ever need 15 minutes to do arrangements within the court. It has to do with media and photographs and so forth. The witness is here. I'm calling Colonel van Rensburg. There will be graphic images portrayed. I just have to take one or two, make one or two arrangements. May I ask kindly that we adjourn for 15 minutes.
15 minutes. I think we'll go back to chambers.
Indeed, Bjoko.
Yes, when you're ready, you just let us know.
Staan jullie op, rijden voor het belang.
We will now deal with the next witness will deal with the scene of crime. We have taken out of the presentation that would be screened all images depicting the body of the deceased.
Yes.
We have spoken to the media people involved. They will indicate that graphic images may follow from now on, and they will view sensitive viewers not to expose sensitive people to
Yes.
what will be coming.
Thank you. May the witness be sworn in, please?
Uw volle naam, meneer?
Gilliam Skoombi van Rensburg.
Gilliam Skoombi van Rensburg, my lady. Het u beswaar, meneer, om die voorgeskrewe eed te neem?
Nee,
Beskou u die eed as bindend op u gewete?
ja,
Sweer u dat die getuienis wat u sal aflê, sal die waarheid wees, die hele waarheid en niks as die waarheid nie? As dit so is, lig die regterhand en sê so help me God.
so help my God.
Sworn in, my lady.
Yes. It's witness number?
11.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You may proceed.
Sir, you were a colonel in the South African Police Service in February 2013. Am I correct?
Dit is reg.
That is correct.
You have, in the meantime, resigned from the police.
Dis reg.
When was that?
Wanneer was dit?
Dit was die 10de Desember 2013.
On the 10th of December 2013.
You've had 29 years service in the South African Police Service. Is that correct?
Op die dag van die insident was dit 29, dis korrek.
At the time of the scene.
On the day of the incident, it was 29. That's correct.
In February 2013, you were the station commissioner of Boskop Police Station.
Dit is reg, eerlik.
That is correct, my lady.
Silverwood's estate, where this incident happened, fell within the jurisdiction of Boskop at the time. Is that correct?
Dit's reg, eerlik.
That is correct, my lady.
Now, on the evening of 13 to 14 February, you were on duty, but at a different scene of crime.
Dit is reg, eerlik.
That is correct, my lady.
Just indicate to court where you were.
Hier op daai stadium het ons 'n gewapende roofsaak gehanteer in
At that stage, we were handling an armed robbery case
at Mooikloof Rif Estate.
at Mooikloof Reef Estate.
And Colonel, you were there with who else?
Ons het 'n span wat eintlik al ons gewapende rowe en moordsake hanteer. En hulle was teenwoordig.
We were together with a team which handles armed robbery and murder cases, and we were together there.
Yes, and
Na die saak afgehandel is, daar was nog lede van die span op die toneel gewees toe ek onttrek het.
After the case had been handled, there was other members of the team which were left on the scene after I had left.
Ek was terug na die polisiestasie toe, onder andere die mediese register te kry, want een verdagte was op pad afgevoer na die hospitaal toe.
I then went back to the station so that I can get hold of some medical registers, so that een van die
verdagtes.
because one of the suspects had been transported to the hospital.
Ook as om dieselfde tyd en dan 'n inskrywing te maak rondom die gewapende roof en te sien en ook 'n besoek te doen by die stasie.
And also to make an entry regarding that armed robbery, and also to visit the station.
Om ongeveer, dit was die 14e, ongeveer half 4, 13:30. Ag, 3:30, ekskuus tog, 3:30.
That's
die oggend.
in die vroeë oggendure van die 14th.
Vroeë oggendure, 3:30.
In the early morning hours of the 14th.
So the early hours of the 14th at around 3:30,
Terwyl ek by die stasie was,
whilst I was at the station,
'n klagte het ingekom van 'n skietery.
a complaint then came in about a shooting.
Hier op daai stadium was die een voertuig, soos ek reeds gesê het, besig om die een verdagte af te voer na die hospitaal toe.
As I've already indicated, one of the motor vehicles had transported one of the suspects to the hospital.
Die ander klagtevoertuig het nog steeds op die toneel gestaan, sowel as van die spanlede wat die roof ondersoek het.
The other motor vehicle was still on the scene together with the other team members.
Omrede ek die naaste voertuig was en nou nie op daai stadium enig ander voertuig vinnig by die toneel sou uitkom nie, het ek een van die lede van die aanklagkantoor, konstabel Prinsloo, gevra.
Because I was the nearest motor vehicle to the scene, then I had to ask one of the members at the charge office, Constable Prinsloo,
om my te vergesel na die toneel toe.
so that he accompanies me to the scene.
Die adres wat ons gehad was Silverwood Country Estates 286 Silver Lakes Road.
The address that we had was Silverwood Country Estates, 286
Silver Lakes Road.
Silver Lakes Road.
Konstabel Prinsloo het bevestig, want ek het gevra of sy wel weet waar die adres is.
I confirmed with Constable Prinsloo whether he knows where the specific address was.
En sy het erken dat sy weet die adres is en sy het my vergesel na die toneel.
Constable Prinsloo confirmed that he knows where the address is and he duly accompanied me to the address.
Ons het ongeveer 4:15, 3:45. Min of meer, daar kan 'n paar minute vroeër later wees, het ons op die toneel gearriveer.
At around 3:55 we then arrived at the scene.
Met die aankoms op die toneel, het daar 'n ambulans met sy deure agterdeure oop aan die regterkant van die pad gestaan, reg voor die huis.
On our arrival there was an ambulance which had its rear doors open on the right-hand side of the road, stationary.
In die oprit wat aan die regterkant was daar 'n swartkleurige Mini Cooper en sowel as 'n wit BMW geparkeer.
On the off-ramp, which was towards the right, there was a blackish Mini Cooper
And a white BMW.
and a white BMW.
Yes.
Goed, ek het inbeweeg na die huis, daar is sekuriteitswagte buitekant gestaan. By die ambulans, net regs van die ambulans. Ek het deur hulle beweeg na die huis toe.
I approached the house. There were security officers which were there, and on the side of the ambulance, I went through the security point where the security officers was, towards the house.
Sodra ek binne die huis ingegaan het, so oomblik toe ek binne die huis ingegaan het, aan my linkerkant, aan die onderkant van die trappe.
After I had gone through into the house, on the left-hand side of the stairs, inside,
het persoon liggaam wat toegemaak is met handdoeke. Daar was verskillende kleure handdoeke geweest, maar daar was ook swart sakke by haar kop geweest, gelê. Daar was ook bloed sigbaar by die liggaam.
there was a body lying down which was covered with hand clothing, and there was also a blood which could be seen there as where the body was laying.
Met die inkoms in die portaal van die huis, het 'n paramedic, vroue paramedic my genade.
As I got into the portal of the house, that's when a lady paramedic approached me.
Sy het my meegedeel dat die persoon, die liggaam wat daar gelê het, reeds oorlede was met hulle aankoms.
She then informed me that the body of the person which was laying there, or she told me that the person had died on arrival, on their arrival.
Die paramedic het vir my, ek en sy het tesame die handdoeke en die ander, meestal was my handdoeke gewees het wat die liggaam bedek het verwyder.
The paramedic and I then removed the clothing, most of them hand clothings removed from the body, which were covered in the body.
Just open that file in front of you at Exhibit E.
If I may, it's not too serious, but the one translation was that he died upon, it was dead upon arrival.
Dead.
That's in fact the correct translation.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And towels and black bags, not hand clothing.
Pardon?
Towels and black bags, not hand clothing, found.
Towels
And black bags.
black bags. That's the correct
And not hand
translation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you have that album with you? Could you open it at 12?
Ek het dit hier.
It's Exhibit E, my lady.
Yes, yes, yes.
12. Does that look familiar?
Dit is die liggaam soos ek dit aangetref het eerder.
That is the body as I found it.
So you said that you and the paramedic had a look at the body. Have you established any injuries?
Paramediese beampte het hom uitgewys eerder. Daar was 'n kopwond.
The paramedic showed to me that there was a head wound.
Daar was 'n wond aan die regtersy van die oorlede.
There was a wound on the right-hand side of the waist.
Daar was 'n wond aan die regterarm net bokant die elmboog.
There was a wound on the right arm just above the elbow.
En dan aan die linkerhand die middelvinger. As ek reg kan onthou, die middel tussen die middelvinger en die wysvinger was daar ook 'n wond.
And also on the left arm, on the left hand, there was also a wound between the middle finger and the pointing finger.
Yes.
Dit was al, ek het op daai stadium het ons nie die liggaam omgedraai nie. Die liggaam het net so bly lê.
As it is in photograph 12.
Dis net soos op fotograaf.
At that stage, the body was just as it was on the photograph. It had not been turned over.
Anybody else in the house at the time?
Nadat ek dit gedoen het, ek het inbeweeg in die kombuis in. Dit is die kombuis is aan die linkerkant, net na die, as 'n mens kan amper sê, as 'n mens kyk op die foto van foto 12 van die linkerkant, die opening aan die linkerkant hier.
After that, I just moved into the house, towards into the kitchen, and to the opening which was on the left-hand side, as you would see on the photograph.
In die kombuisgedeelte het die beskuldigde 'n blanke wit man, later te bekend aan my as Pistorius, gestaan.
In the kitchen, there stood the accused, a white male, who was later known to me as Pistorius.
Hy was baie emosioneel op daardie stadium. Ek het hom gevra wat gebeur het.
He was emotional at that stage, and then I asked him as to what happened.
I don't want to interfere all the time, but it actually was very emotional, not emotional.
Very. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, sir, you asked him, and?
I asked him what happened, but He didn't answer me. He
Did
was
you?
in tears, and as I said, he was emotional.
Did you introduce yourself?
I identify myself as Lieutenant Colonel van Rensburg from Boskop Police Station, and as I was in civilian clothing at that stage, I felt it very necessary that they know that I was the policeman. And even though that I was in civilian clothes, Constable Prinsloo was dressed in uniform, full uniform.
Was Constable Prinsloo with you?
Ja, Constable Prinsloo was saam met my daar staan.
Yes, Constable Prinsloo was together with me.
So you said that you asked the accused what happened. He was in tears. He did not answer you.
Dis reg, Eddie.
That is correct, my lady.
What did you do then?
Ek het onmiddellik seker gemaak eintlik wat eers gebeur, ek kontak die nodige persone, soos in hierdie geval die RGL, Regsgeneeskundige Laboratorium, personeel, die deskundiges, die fotograwe. Omrede te moordtoneel is ook dan dadelik begin om forensies te kontak. Die plaaslike vingerafdrukkantoor vir
Okay.
sorry.
I immediately contacted the medical officers, the fingerprints,
Fingerprint, the photographer,
fingerprints and photographers
forensics,
and forensics officers
And the mortuary.
and the mortuary.
and the mortuary.
Nou, eerder wanneer ek sê kontak, ek as offisier gee ek opdrag en iemand anders te voer dit uit. Ek het hulle nie fisies self gewerk.
When I meant contact, I did not physically contact them. I just gave out the order.
Anybody else in the house at that time?
Op daai stadium was daar ook 'n blanke dame.
At that stage, there was also a white lady,
Ook later bekend aan my as Clarice Staner.
later known to me as Clarice Stander,
Wat op die toneel was.
who was on the scene.
What was she doing on the scene when you arrived there?
Sy was sy het op daai stadium eerder met die beskuldigde gestaan en gesels, getroos, weer teruggekom en nadat sy gesien het dat die paramedic klaar is, het sy na my toe gekom.
She was at that stage standing with the accused, talking with the accused, and when she saw me with the paramedics, then she approached me or she came to me.
Comforting him. She was
Consoling him.
comforting him and consoling
Consoling
him.
him.
And did you yourself engage with Mr. Pistorius again then?
Op daai stadium, toe sy na my toe gekom het, ek nie weer na meneer Pistorius toe gegaan. Sy het my dadelik sy het my toe meegedeel dat want ek het gestaan en kyk na die swart plastic sakke. Want dit is my half snaaks gelyk, swart plastic sakke by die lijk. Wat hoorde daar? En sy het aan my genoem dat sy en haar vader, haar pa meneer Johan Staner, gekontak is deur meneer Pistorius.
She then came to me, and then I went to see about these plastic bags that were there. I was concerned about those plastic bags, and then she mentioned, what's she say?
Dat meneer Pistorius, Mr. Pistorius contacted her and her father, and that they need their assistance.
And that she contacted Mr. Pistorius and her father, that they need their assistance.
Yes, and then so?
Toe hulle op die toneel gekom het,
When they arrived on the scene,
was meneer Pistorius besig om die oorledene met die trappe af te dra.
Mr. Pistorius was busy taking down the deceased down the stairs.
bringing me down the stairs.
carrying down the stairs.
And but she told you this.
Dit het sy het my dit meegedeel.
That is what she informed me.
Yes, and then
Hy het meneer Pistorius het meneer Stander gevra om sy voertuig te vat en die oorledene na hospitaal toe te neem.
and that's
Mr.
what
Pistorius
she told you.
That's what she told.
asked Mr. Stander to take his car so that he can transport the deceased to the hospital. That's what she told me.
Yes.
Meneer Stander het gesê hy gaan haar nie vat nie.
Mr. Stander said he was not going to take her,
Dat hulle eerder 'n ambulans sal kry en dat mediese personeel
that they would rather get an ambulance and medical people,
wat aandag aan haar sou moes gee.
which would give her assistance.
And then after this discussion, what happened?
Okay, eerder na dit het sy oor my ook meegedeel dat sy het gegaan en sy het die plastiek sakke, die swart sakke, self gaan uithaal om te probeer om bloeding te stop. Sy het ja, bloeding.
She then informed me that she's the one who went to get the plastic bags to try and stop the bleeding.
Sy het ook gevra om nog iets te kry aan die beskuldigde dat om die bloeding te stop, waarop ek kan nie onthou of sy gesê het sy het opgegaan en of meneer Pistorius opgegaan het nie na die eerste vloer.
She also asked Mr. Pistorius, as she told me, to get something else also to stop the bleeding. I'm not sure whether she said she went herself or Mr. Pistorius went on his own
To the first floor.
To
to the first floor.
Yes.
Waar daar nog handdoeke gehaal gewees het om te help om bloeding te stop.
Where they had gone to fetch extra towels so that they could stop the bleeding.
En sy en meneer Pistorius het saam probeer om die bloeding van die lede te stop.
She and Mr. Pistorius together, they tried to stop the bleeding.
Okay.
Volgens mevrou Staner het meneer Staner, haar vader, die paramedics gebel.
According to Mrs. Stander, that's when Mr. Stander, the father, then called the paramedics.
Sy het ook aan my verduidelik rondom dit, het sy vir my gesê, meneer Pistorius het aan hulle gesê, toe hulle op die toneel kom,
She also further explained to me that when they arrived on the scene, Mr. Pistorius said to them
dat hy gedink het, die oorledene is 'n inbreker.
that he thought that the deceased was an intruder,
En dat hy haar geskiet het.
and that he shot her.
And during this discussion with Ms. Stander, where was the accused?
Die edele die verdagte, die beskuldigde het nog steeds in die kombuis gestaan.
My lady, the accused, was still standing in the kitchen.
Yes, and then?
Hy het op 'n stadium met hy daar's 'n eiland in die kombuis, 'n kas in die middel van die kombuis, dan langs die kante is daar ook kaste.
There is an island in the kitchen where the units are, and also on the sides there are also units.
Hy het op en af beweeg in die gedeelte waar ek vir hom gevra het asseblief dat hy agter die eiland gedeelte teen na die buiten se kant toe, die opwasbak.
He was moving
Die eerste moet staan.
up and down there, whereupon I requested him that he should stand on the other side of the island.
na die wasbak, die basin.
next to the basin.
And what did you do when you asked him?
Hy het omgedraai en hy het beweeg na die area toe wat ek vir hom aangedui het. die area.
He turned about and then proceeded to this area where I indicated to him.
Op daai stadium was dit nou vir my onseker waar die toneel regtig was, of ek nou in die toneel waar die skietery plaasgevind het en of dit op 'n ander plek was.
At that stage, I was unsure of the incident, where the incident could have taken place. Was I there at the incident where it could have taken place, or the incident took place in another area?
Met die feit dat hulle die stelling gemaak is dat hy haar die meneer Pistorius die oorledene met die trappe afgedra het ek aangeneem dat 'n ander gedeelte van die toneel dan ook dan nou bo sou wees.
With the fact that I was told that Mr. Pistorius had taken or carried the deceased down the stairs. Je het gedink?
Sorry?
Je het gedink wat?
Dat die ander gedeelte on top on the next floor.
And then at that stage I thought that the other areas were on top.
On the first floor.
On the first floor of hoeveel vloere er ook.
The first floor, or depending on how many floors were there.
Yes.
Ek het onmiddellik konstabel Prinsloo opdrag gegee om die area te beveilig en seker te maak niemand kom in of niemand gaan uit sonder dat sy beheer daaroor het.
I then informed or ordered Constable Prinsloo to make the place safe and make sure that no one comes in and no one comes out without him being in control of it.
Op daai stadium het adjutant-offisier Hilton Botha
At that stage, a warrant officer Hilton Botha
op die toneel gearriveer.
arrived on the scene.
Why did he come to the scene?
Edele, hy was op daardie stadium, nie op daai stadium, op daai stadium, was hy my mees experience, ervare, kundige speler en wat juis moord en roofsaak ondersoek. Ons het hom nie gebruik by die vorige toneel nie.
At that stage, he was the more experienced
And knowledgeable and
more experienced and knowledgeable
investigation. Yes, he arrived at the scene. Worship. Ek het hom weer eens die liggaam aan hom uitgewys.
I again showed the body to him.
En waarop ek en hy saam die bloedspoor opgevolg het met die trappe.
Together we then followed the trail of blood up at the stairs.
Let us just deal with that. The album you have in front of you, that's Exhibit F. Open it up at the first photograph, that's photograph number 2. Exhibit E. Ladies. Exhibit E. Yeah, the one you have in front of you. At the first photograph, I got you all confused, sorry.
What number?
First photograph, it's marked 2 in the right hand corner. What is that?
Dit is die ingang na die woning.
This is the entrance to the residence.
That's where you went in, through that door.
Dis die deur wat ons ingegaan het hier aan die voorkant waar so 'n bietjie donker is daar so 'n dammetjie. By weerskante van die paadjie is daar 'n visdam.
This is where we gained entry and the front part, and there is also a little pond there.
A fish
on the
pond.
front.
And then photograph number 2, number 3. What is that? What is that?
Dis die as jy in die deur ingekom het die edele, die portaal, ons kan maar sê die portaal wys na die regterkant, die deure wys na die regterkant. Die houtdeur wat jy sien daar, dis die deur wat ingaan na die motorhuis, die eerste motorhuis.
As you enter through into the portal. As you see, the wooden door that you can see there, it's to go through into the garage.
So if you enter through the main door and you look to your right, you'll see the garage door.
Dis die houtdeur wat jy dan sou sien. Daai.
Yes, that is the wooden door that you see there.
Photograph number 4.
Links van die houtdeur is 'n klein sitkamertjie.
On the left-hand side of the wooden door, it's a small sitting room.
So one can see it on photograph 3, just left of the door. This is just a close-up of that area. Is that correct?
Dis reg hier.
That is correct, my lady.
And those are stairs going up to the next floor.
Dit is die trappe wat opgaan boontoe hier.
These are the stairs which goes up, yes.
So the area one can see there, with the chairs and tables. On photograph 5, that is a close-up of what one will find in that area.
Dit is reg hier.
What paragraph 5?
Photo 5.
Photograph 5.
Yes, Melanie. I apologize
Yes.
if I said paragraph. I wanted to say photo. Photo 5. And on photograph 6, it's one of the chairs in that specific area. Am I correct?
Dit is reg hier.
That is correct, my lady.
Is there anything significant on that photograph?
Op die fotograaf is daar 2 kolletjies edele en dit is bloed wat ons ook op die toneel gevind het.
On the photograph are 2 spots there, and that would be of blood
On the chair.
Aan die chair.
of the stool, on the chair.
That's now indicated with a circle. Am I right?
Soos
Dis
daar staan
reg,
in die
dis
sak.
reg hier.
That is correct, my lady.
This is another chair in that specific area on photograph 7.
Dit is reg edele, die stoel wat aan die linkerkant van daai vorige stoel staan.
Yes, that is correct. This chair was on the left-hand side of the other chair that was shown previously.
Again, one can see drops of blood.
Daar was 'n verskeidenheid van bloedspatsels en daar was ook bloedspatsels as jy kan sien aan die waar die mat begin. Was ook bloedspatsels op die teels.
On the tiles, where the circle is now.
Ja.
That is correct. There were several blood spots, as you can see also there on the tiles.
And on the chair as well, those spots one can see there.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Photograph 8 is just a close-up of the... Photograph 8 is just a close-up of the blood that one can see on the chair, am I correct?
Dit is reg hier.
That is correct, my lady.
That also pertains to photograph number 9.
Dit is reg hier.
That is correct, my lady.
And we dealt with photograph 10, those were blood spots on the tile floor.
Dit is reg. Dis ook voorheen uit gewees.
That is correct, my lady.
Photograph 11. What is that?
Dis die begin van die trappe. Aan die onderkant die liggaam van die oorledene het net links gelê van waar hierdie foto dan nog begin aan die linkerkant. Wat opgaan na die volgende vloer.
That is the bottom part of the stairs. The body of the deceased lay on the left-hand side of those stairs, as on the photograph.
And that would be more clear on photograph 12. It won't be on the screen.
Well, okay. Dit is die
And photograph 12 you've already dealt with.
dealt with.
Now, photograph 13.
Dit is die Die pilaar aan die onderkant van die pilaar het die oorledene gelê.
That is the pillar, and just below that pillar, this is where the deceased was laying.
We will follow the numbers of the album. My lady, because we deleted some photographs, the numbers on the screens have changed. I will make sure that the photographs that we have in the album, that we follow those numbers, and that it's also depicted on the screens if we get there. Now, if we just go back to 12. The pillar you're talking about, is that the one just left of the deceased? Say.
Dit is reg. Daar waar die moes ek sê die swart witterige materiaal lê. Dus as 'n mens kyk aan die onderkant van hom, as 'n mens kyk, dit is waar die spatsels was.
You can see it there on that photograph 12 as well.
Dis reg.
That is correct, my lady.
And that is also depicted at photograph 13.
Ja, dit is 'n nader skoot van.
It is a closer shot.
14.
Dit is dis die begin van die trappe, die eerste stel trappe op na die volgende vloer toe.
This is the beginning of the stairs, the first set of stairs going up.
And the spots one can see there on the photograph?
Dit is die deel van die bloedspoor wat ons gevolg het.
This is part of the blood trail that we were following.
15.
Ekskuus tog eerlik, ek wil net graag daar's as jy ingaan by die portaal. Ek weet nie of 'n foto hier is nie. As jy ingaan die portaal, was daar ook spatsels gewees by die ingang. Toe ons die toneel begin het ons daar begin, want ons het gereken hy kan ook miskien na daai houdeur toe was. Maar daar was nie verder spatsels.
As you enter into the portal, there was also of blood stains there, and we thought that it could have also gone towards the wooden door, but
daar was geen ander bloed die kant toe gewees.
There wasn't any blood spots there.
Now, if you open it at photograph 3.
Ja, bladsy, ja, paragraph photo 3. You will see there was blood on the tiles, as well as photo 4. There was also spots that there was also blood.
Blood spots on the tiles on photo 3 and photo 4.
Yeah.
Is that where the circle is now?
Yeah, that's correct here.
That is correct, my lady.
Good. Then let's return to photo 15. Is going up.
Ja, dis net 'n naderskoot weer eens.
The close-up of the blood.
Dis korrek.
That is correct, my lady. It's a close-up shot.
The same with photo 16.
Dit is korrek. Jy kan sien daar in die regterkantste hoekie. Ek dink is die reëling wat uitsteek.
You can see the railing there on the right-hand corner.
That is correct.
Where the circle is now.
Ja.
And photograph 17.
Dit is op die trappe as jy daar begin met die begin van die trappe aan die regterkant, die muur as jy nou so opgaan sou dit die muur aan die linkerkant wees. As jy afkom sal dit nou aan die regterkant wees.
As jy afkom.
Ja, if you're coming down it will be on the right hand side, but if you're standing going up with the stairs, this is in the wall on the left hand side.
This is the wall on the stairs. As you walk up the stairs, it would be on the left-hand side. As you come down the stairs, it would be on the right.
Ook bloed. Dis deel van die bloedspoor wat ons.
This is also blood, part of the blood trail that we are following.
18.
Dis dieselfde muur eerder. Daar is dis 'n ver foto hier, maar jy kan ook sien daar is ook bloed en daar is dan ook deel van die trappe.
This is the same wall. It is painted here, but you can also see it is also next to the stairs.
Although we're looking at photographs, can you still remember it?
Ek kan dit onthou eet.
Yes, I can remember, my lady.
19 is just a close-up of the blood spatter.
Dis reg.
That is correct, my lady.
Same with photograph 20.
Dit is reg, Ede.
That is correct, my lady.
Turn to 21.
Dit is reg, Ede.
That is correct, my lady.
Hierdie foto Ede, die trappe gaan op, dan maak hy 'n platform. En dan draai hy weer na regs.
On this photo, my lady, the stairs go up and then they get onto a platform and then they move towards the right.
En die laaste trap wat u so sien hierso, of die trap wat u hier so sien, dis net voor u dan daai platform.
That's the beginning of the landing.
Ja, beginning of the landing, that is actually.
The last stair that you would see there, it is just before you get to that landing.
And the blood that one can see on the photograph, you remember having seen it there.
Yes, that's good.
That is correct.
Photograph 22.
Julle, dit is die reëling.
This is the rail
Op die trappe.
on the stairs.
As jy op die platform is, wat ons nou gesê het, die reëling wat dan reguit voor jou is, wat aan die agterkant is die klein sitkamertjie wat ons gekry het toe jy ingekom het in die.
Just as you get onto the landing that we had just mentioned, the rail is just in front of you, where up front there is this small sitting room that we had earlier mentioned.
So if one then turns to photograph 4, that is what you're referring to. The railing, one can see that the furthest end and the sitting area would be just below it.
As 'n mens op die foto kyk, julle die middel van die foto wys die landing.
If
And
you
then
look at the picture, the middle of the photo shows the landing.
And at the back of this landing, there's a rail there, and that is that rail that I'm referring to.
That's one can see at photograph 22.
Dis reg.
That is correct, my lady.
Dis net waar die platform, die landing is.
That is just the landing.
And photograph 23, sir?
23 Edele is weer die muur wat nou aan die bokant van daai sitkamer is, wat opgaan na die volgende steltrappe.
This is the wall just on top of that sitting room.
On the left hand side.
On the left hand side, which moves to the next stairs.
At the bottom of that wall you see there, what is there in the background? What are those?
Dit is bekers en
Trophies.
medaljes en trofees. Dis English
And those
trophies.
trophies, where were those?
Those trophies they was standing on a cabinet in that lounge.
Then we get to 24. What is that?
Dit is as jy mens nou bo op die trappe opgekom het, die vlak, die eerste vloer. Bereik dan nou die eerste vloer. Dis waar hy nou begin.
This is when you get to the first floor. This is where the floor begins.
You can still remember the blood spatter that one could see on
Weer
the
eens,
photograph?
die bloed was daar gewees, edele.
There was also blood spot again there.
Jy sal ook sien op hierdie foto reg langs daai ou deur was daar ook bloedspatsels.
You would also notice just towards that wooden door there are also blood spots.
Ek het na die deur toe gegaan, daar was 'n sleutel in die slot.
I approached this door. There was a key on the key slot.
Ek het die deur probeer oopmaak, die deur was gesluit gewees.
I tried to open the door was locked.
Ek het die deur oopgesluit met die sleutel wat daar was, die deur het oopgegaan.
I unlocked the door with the key that was there and the door opened.
na die deur is dit 'n oop dis op die motorhuis. Die gedeelte is 'n plat onthaalarea bo op die motorhuis. En aan die linkerkant as jy net die deur teëgestap was daar 'n jacuzzi in gewees wat nie meer in gebruik was nie. Jy kon dadelik sien hy is vir 'n ruk lank is hy buitekant gebruik want hy was stikkend en hy het herstelwerk nodig gehad.
As you move in, there is a flat area, relaxing area in that garage, and towards the left there is a jacuzzi which seemed not to be in operation. It seems it needed some repairs.
But you said it's an area on top of the garages.
On top of the garage. Maar sodra jy hierdie deur gaan, daar was geen spatsels geheel en al. So ek het die afleiding gemaak dat die bloedspoor nie die kant beweeg nie, hy beweeg terug in die huis uit. Waarop ek weer die deur toegemaak het en toegesluit het.
Going through into the garage, there weren't any further blood spots where after I took it that the blood spots would not go further than that. They would be towards the inside. And thereafter, I closed the door and locked it.
Now, lady, with the locking of the door, would that perhaps be an opportune time to take the lunch adjourn?
Court will adjourn.
Carry out Rensburg, Malone.
Let's talk a little bit about Barry Rue. Now, he's become almost an unlikely hero in this whole situation. People are talking about him as the next Chuck Norris, simply because he's absolutely relentless with his questions. He comes across as a very hard, sometimes stroppy man. Is this typical of defense lawyers?
I would hope that I wouldn't be compared to Chuck Norris. I'm not sure if Barry would be happy with that particular comparison, but I understand what the people are trying to say. Yes, he certainly is attacking the evidence and trying to throw doubt whether or not somebody else would have followed the same tactics in cross-examination. You know, every lawyer has different ways of cross-examining witnesses. They might want to do it aggressively, they might want a more softer touch. It depends on the person and how you've dealt with cross-examination in the past and how successful you've been in different ways of dealing with witnesses. And you know, sometimes it's instinctive. You're kind of on your feet and you're not even thinking, and you've got to deal with a difficult, awkward witness, aggressive witness, and then how do you deal with that? So sometimes it's a bit instinctive, but his job is there to try and do the best for his client, and therefore he's got to, within the parameters of the law, within the parameters of what is allowed during cross-examination in court and ethics and all of that, he has to go in hammer and tongs, literally, to try and poke holes in the evidence of the state. But the judge has the duty and the role to play to say, hang on, you can't ask that question so many times. You've kind of gone through that, and you are being rude to the witness, or you're being too aggressive. So the judge has a role to play. But you can't just ask a question once. You know, you can ask it once, there's one answer. You ask it again an hour later, there's another answer. You ask it a third time, there's a third answer. And it's all about testing whether a witness is telling the truth. You know, a truthful witness, doesn't matter how many times that witness is asked the same question, is going to give the same answer, is not going to get angry. I mean, we've seen this with one or two other witnesses who mates of Oscar, and how they've performed, and you know, maybe have become rather aggressive and annoying in the way they've testified. And again, you know, they're probably covering up and maybe lying about certain aspects. So that is a job a defense lawyer has to do. If he is just going to sit back and be nice to everybody, well, you know, it's not about popularity. That doesn't enter the whole scenario. It's about preparation, knowing the law, consulting properly, consulting with your defense witnesses, knowing what the evidence is that's going to be presented by the state, knowing what your client's defense is. And on his defense, Oscar says, well, he's not guilty. And that's the route that Rue has to go to try and, well, he doesn't have to prove anything. Oscar doesn't have to prove anything, but he's got to be there trying to knock down the evidence of the state so that at the end of the case, there's doubt. He's just got to create that doubt. And if there's doubt in the mind of a judge, that doubt has got to be, as it were, given to an accused person in a criminal trial.
Let's talk about the events of the morning of the 14th. Colonel Vermeulen has found that Oscar Pistorius was on his stumps when he hit through the bathroom door. And Oscar Pistorius said in his affidavit during the bail hearing that he was on his prosthetics.
Yes.
How much of the evidence given in the bail hearing can be brought through to this trial?
All of it can be brought through. Well, let me just go one step back. The evidence, it depends from what perspective. From the state's perspective, they may want to rely on what Oscar said during the bail application. And there he was warned that he doesn't have to say anything on the actual event. He decided to discuss it in quite some detail. So everything that he said there is evidence that can be used in the trial presently on the go. And if he should say things there that he might later want to retract, it could impact on his credibility, or if he contradicts himself, that could also, what he's saying in court contradicts what he said at the bail hearing. That could have a major influence on how the judge views his version. Is it credible or isn't it? Is it going to be rejected or isn't it?
That's very interesting. So the information given in the bail hearing still stand now that the trial's underway?
Yes, that is used in the trial, because at a bail hearing you have the right to say nothing about the actual event. All you need to say is, I'm not guilty. You don't have to say anything more. The fact that you say nothing more can't be used against you, and they can't, the court doing the bail hearing can't draw an adverse inference and say, well, look, I'm not giving you bail because you didn't tell us exactly what happened. The bail hearing is really all about, is the person going to come back and stand his trial? Is he going to interfere with witnesses? The fact whether he's guilty or not plays a role at the bail hearing, but it doesn't play a significant role to such an extent that if somebody says, I don't want to say anything about the alleged incident, that a court can say, well, then I'm not giving you bail. So that bail evidence, and in his case, and I've said this on quite a number of occasions, it could be something that comes back and bites him. If he'd said nothing, then they could have presented for the first time Oscar's version to court during the trial. And that couldn't be held against him either if he says now the first time this is what happened. They can't come along and say, well, you should have mentioned it at the bail hearing, and therefore we find that you're not being truthful. You should have said it right up front. They can't hold that against him, because even being interviewed by the police, he doesn't have to say anything. That's his constitutional right.
We're joined by criminal law expert William Booth to discuss the infamous door and cricket bat. William, thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
Now, the cricket bat and the door were in court today,
Yes.
but Roux seemed quite intent on proving that police had tampered with evidence. How significant is police tampering in a case like this?
Well, I think it is important. The whole issue of the forensics and the crime scene came up during the bail hearing. And the whole way that Botha, the previous investigator in the matter, had arrived, and how he dealt with cordoning off or securing the crime scene. So that was raised already at that early stage of the court proceedings. And if the state is relying on any kind of forensic evidence, be it a cricket bat and that being used as an implement, or a firearm, or ballistics, or fingerprints, or DNA, blood, all this kind of thing, it's so important to make sure that it hasn't been tampered with, so that when the forensic expert views the evidence after the fact, and after the incident, then he can do so properly and not have a situation where it could have been tampered with, so that his conclusion is kind of correct and free from doubt, really. And that is why it's very significant to have the evidence properly gathered, kept in a secure environment before it's actually analyzed by the expert.
Now, the forensic investigator, Colonel Vermeulen, has admitted that parts of the door have gone missing. He doesn't know where it is. What are the implications of that for the case?
Well, look, it merely shows that there has been tampering and that the crime scene hasn't been properly secured. If one has to do this properly right from the beginning, the first officer, police officer, who arrives on the scene of a serious crime must make sure that the whole area is cordoned off and made secure, and that other subsequent police officers who arrive don't kind of interfere with the evidence, don't trample all over the place. And certainly an item like a door, in this instance, it's obviously very important. In other cases, it might have no bearing on the case, but this is so important because that is where the crime scene literally took place. That's where the shooting took place. The shots were fired through the door. The cricket bat was used by Pistorius to bash down the door. So if parts of the door have gone missing, that could play a role in the eventual analysis of for example, which direction the shots were fired at, and that could be important, what height Oscar was at, the hitting with the cricket bat, in what way was that done. So it all on its own may be insignificant, but when you put it all together, it could have importance with regard to the state proving its case. So if half the door's gone, or it's been kept, I think it was at some police officer's office, and wasn't securely kept. So, that before the door's been checked, or before the bat has been checked, or before the firearms have been checked, if they've been interfered with, that could have quite a major impact on what the forensic expert is trying to say. At the end of the day, however, forensics may play no role. The judge might turn around and say, well, the forensics really mean nothing. I only rely on even though they've been tampered with, even though the crime scene has not been secured. The judge may say, I rely on other evidence, the evidence of the witnesses who heard the shots and heard the shots being fired, and make a finding on that with regard to the whole issue of whether or not Oscar had the intention to kill Reeva.
So let's talk about some of what was revealed during day 8 of the proceedings. Colonel Vermeulen said that according to his forensic analysis, Oscar Pistorius was on his stumps, both when he shot through the door and when he broke down the door with his cricket bat. Now, that isn't Oscar Pistorius's version of what happened on that night. Could you please take us through what Oscar Pistorius is saying happened?
Well, according to Oscar's affidavit at the bail hearing, he says he woke up in the early hours of that morning, Valentine's Day, and he went outside in order to bring in a fan from the balcony. This is all happening on his stumps and in the dark. He comes back inside, he closes the sliding door, he closes the curtains, and then he hears a noise from the bathroom that fills him with terror. So he grabs his gun from under the bed, shouts at Reeva to call the police, and proceeds towards the bathroom. He notices that the bathroom window is open and he has a noise, the toilet door is closed. So he fires shots to the toilet door, screaming for Reeva to call the police. He then goes back into the bedroom, all in the dark and on his stumps, and sees that Reeva's not in bed. So he goes back into the bathroom and sees that the door is locked, the toilet door. So he comes back into the bedroom, goes out onto the balcony, opening the sliding door and the curtains again, and shouts for help. He then goes back inside, puts on his prosthetic legs, and goes back to the bathroom to try and kick the door open, with little success. So at this point, he thinks, well, now he thinks he puts on the lights. Goes back into the bedroom, picks up his cricket bat, bashes down a panel or two off the toilet door, and finds Reeva inside, slumped, but still alive. He says he then called Stander, his friend, first, and then Netcare. He then went downstairs to open the front door of the house, went back upstairs, got Reeva out of the bathroom, and carried her down the stairs.
But the state are disputing that that's what happened on the night. What do you think the state are going to try and prove?
Well, the state's case at this stage is not clear. What they've asserted is that the killing shots happened at 3:17, that there was not 2 sets of shots, and that 4 shots were fired. That's as much as we know. However, Dr. Stipp, who was one of the witnesses and a neighbor who was among the first on the scene, he testified to waking up to a first set of loud noises, which he identified as shots. He then went out on his balcony, heard a woman screaming, and the lights in Oscar's house, he says, were on, and he had quite a good visual line to see that. A security guard also reported rifle shots round about 3 o'clock. So Vermeulen yesterday seemed to agree with the state that Oscar was on his stumps when he fired the shots. He also, however, where he diverged is he suggested that Oscar was actually on his stumps also when he hit the bat against the door. That's contrary to what Oscar says about being on his prosthetics. And then he also seemed to indicate, again agreeing with the defense's case, that Oscar hit the bat against the door after the shots were fired. However, if you read his testimony quite carefully, it seems he suggests that at least one mark, hole, or crack on the door was made after the shots. So the big mystery really is if the bat against the door happened after the shots, and the shots were at 3, suggesting that they were rifle shots.
Talk, is it called?
It's called, as from my office in Cape Town, the book.
What can a reader?
Well, with the e-book, I think what
much information coming, I think that reads.
Perhaps one, at least some sort of assessment at that stage.